The Civil Society Fund of the EEA. We're very happy to be moderating this event today, and Ola Sokołowska from the Stefan Batory Foundation. We want to welcome you on behalf of the Consortium, 5 organizations: the Batory Foundations, the Stocznia Foundation, the Education for Democracy Foundation, the Foundation for Supporting Rural Areas, and Frivillighet Norge. Today we'll be talking about the fund for supporting Polish civil society organizations for democracy, rule of law, and social cohesion, as well as the challenges it is to respond to. We know that we cannot talk of social resilience without a strong civil society, which is a partner for local and the public administration. Today we'll be talking about how future grantees will be able to contribute to building social resilience in Poland and the value of cooperation between the public administration and NGOs. Today's event is being streamed, is being transmitted. We have translators into Polish Sign Language as well. And we would like to remind you that to mute your mobile phones. And we also inform you that you can pick up a headset for interpretation.
If you need an interpretation, please use your headphones. They are available at the table behind you.
We're very happy to be able to see you today at this launch of the EEA Civil Society Fund, which will be made possible thanks to the donor states, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. We're very happy to welcome representatives of the donor states in the room. We want to welcome Stein Bo, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Norway. Radheider Krause, the Deputy Head of Mission of the Republic of Iceland in Poland. Usman Eriksen from the Norwegian Foreign Ministry. And Jan Szyszko, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy. Stein Knudsen, the National Civil Defense Commissioner and Chief of Civil Defense of Norway. We also want to welcome representatives of the Office of Financial Mechanisms from Brussels and representatives of the Polish authorities. We also want to welcome everybody representing non-governmental organizations who have joined us here at the Industrial Design Institute. We also want to welcome everybody joining us online. And now I want to invite the Ambassador of Norway, Stein Bo. Please take the floor.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends.
Long time for this day to come and see. You saw how eager I was to get up here and get it started. Because today we are marking the importance of the Polish civil society, which is an indispensable pillar of what Poland is all about. Today is not only a celebration of our shared commitment, but also a reaffirmation of the values that unite us: democracy, human rights, equality, and solidarity. Since the accession to the European Union and the European Economic Area, Poland has grown into one of Norway's most important partners, also within the EEA and Norway Grants. Not being an EU member, these grants are Norway's contribution to Europe's social and economic cohesion. In Poland, we have collaborated closely with national and local authorities, civil society organizations, and cultural institutions addressing needs across the country. Over the last 2.5 years, I have been traveling to many corners of Poland Everywhere, I have come across amazing results of our cooperation, including so many different approaches, from the restoration of the Malbork Castle in the north to funding cancer prevention programs in Novi Svanch in the south, and then from creating equal opportunities for families affected by poverty in Białystok in the east to providing housing for people experiencing homelessness in Zielona Góra in the west. And everywhere, I see that our close collaboration goes well beyond financial support. What I see reminds me of the Norwegian tradition of dugnad, and that is a neighborhood support, a commitment to being there for each other in times of need. And for this reason, the Norwegian Fund supported Polish hospitals during the COVID-19 pandemic. We also allotted 8.5 million zloty in response to the floods in southern Poland in 2024, helping affected families and ensuring access to healthcare in the region. Together, we invest in people because it is people who build sustainable, prosperous, and democratic societies. And we will continue along this path. This spring, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein embarked upon a new iteration of the grants with Poland, allocating a record amount of almost 4 billion zloty. Through 8 national programs, we aim at contributing to a green, prosperous, and resilient Poland, and to strengthen bilateral relations between our countries. And one important part, and a very important part of this, is the Civil Society Fund that we are launching today. With more than 351 million zloty, this is our largest ever support to the Polish civil society. Our aim is to strengthen civil society and democracy and to contribute to real citizen participation. The fund is open to all, across sectors, across regions, guided by transparency, neutrality, open competition, and independence from political agendas. The overall theme of the new edition of the EEA and Norway Grants is resilience. Building societal resilience has become one of today's key challenges amid rising tensions. Today's societies are much more complex than, let's say, 10, 20 years ago. The lines between the public and the private sector are less distinct, and commercial actors have been given responsibility for critical infrastructure such as telecommunications, electricity, and water supplies. We are facing disinformation, climate and migration crisis, and shifts in the democratic landscape. These challenges require new and unified solutions and a whole-of-society approach. Today's event carries a powerful message: let's build resilience. This is more than a slogan. This is a call to action. In a world where crises have become the norm and not the exception, resilience is not optional, it is essential. So then people might ask, why should we invest in the civil society? Norway has long believed that a vibrant civil society is the cornerstone of a healthy democracy. Civil society promotes the voice of citizens, fosters trust, and ensures that no one is left behind. However, we cannot buy collective security and resilience. We need our populations behind us to ensure that. Therefore, Norway's view is simple. A strong civil society and independent institutions are the best guarantors of a secure, democratic, and fair society. Strengthening civil society is simply about empowering communities, safeguarding freedoms, and creating space for dialogue and innovation. In the end, this is all about democratic resilience and about who we are. Civil society must be recognized as a vital part of any society. You represent untapped reservoirs of skills and trust. You have definitely proven your impact over the last years when you have often been among the first responders to crisis. We need only to look at the first days and weeks following Russia's brutal attack on Ukraine. The immediate response of the Polish civil society, the Polish population, speaks for itself. Looking ahead, our vision must be a society that can anticipate challenges, adapt to change, and work together for collective responses. By empowering civil society, we are laying the foundation for this future, a future where democratic values are not only preserved, but they are strengthened, a future where communities are equipped to meet global challenges and any form of aggression or attacks with confidence and with creativity. Let us continue this journey with ambition and optimism. Let us work together to ensure that civil society remains strong and independent and resilient, because when civil society thrives, democracy thrives, and so do we all. In concluding, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to our partners from the Civil Society Fund Consortium, Fundacja Baterego, Fundacja Stocznia, Fundacja Edukacja dla Demokracji, Fundacja Wspomagania Wsi, and of course Frivillighet Norge from the Norwegian side. I am convinced that your dedication and expertise will lead us towards making this vision possible. I thank the consortium for taking responsibility for the fund until 2032 and for showcasing how we, through the different programs and the Civil Society Fund, can work together to enhance resilience during this upcoming financial period of the EEA and Norway Grants. I look forward today to hearing your views on how we can draw on Polish and Norwegian experiences on this topic from different angles. And I'm particularly grateful to my dear friend and Norwegian Civil Defense Commissioner Øystein Knudsen for having made it to Warsaw to speak about the Norwegian approach and the Norwegian preparedness concept. Thank you for your attention. Dziękuję za uwagę. Wesołych świąt.
Dziękujemy bardzo.
Thank you very much. And right now we'd like to invite to the stage Renate Krusua, who is Deputy Head of Mission of the Republic of Iceland to Poland.
Distinguished guests, I have to say I'm personally honored to represent Iceland in today's official opening of the EEA Civil Society Fund in Poland. The fund's key objectives, they align perfectly with Icelandic values and policy, both domestic and foreign, which is why this initiative holds particular importance for Iceland. And I have to add, Iceland is now in its first year in the Human Rights Council as a voting member state, which is where I come from. I come straight from Geneva to Poland. So what we're doing here today is extremely close to my heart. I have to admit, I've not been in Poland for very long, so I cannot throw around with facts like my Norwegian colleague, and I'm glad that he took care of all the factual part of things. But I can say that civil society, civic space, and human rights defenders, this is not something that is new to Iceland and not something that is new to me personally. In an era marked by geopolitical challenges, growing social tensions, and disinformation, the need for a resilient civil society and civic space has probably never been greater, globally and in Poland. Now, I was asked to focus on resilience, what resilience meant, but also what it meant for Iceland. Resilience is often associated with toughness and the ability to endure hardship. If we understand resilience as being tough and enduring hardship, we might fall into the trap of associating it solely with strength, power, and might, and fail to associate it with social justice and human rights. Icelanders are resilient, but not only because we know how to inhabit an island renowned for harsh weather, rough terrain, and volcanic eruptions. This tough and unpredictable coexistence with nature, I would argue, has helped us on our journey to social justice, gender equality, and diversity. Importantly, our politicians and government policies cannot take all the credit. Civil society organizations and human rights defenders have and continue to play a vital role in shaping Icelandic society, a society that believes in the promotion and protection of human rights for every individual. Perhaps the best known example is the first women's strike in 1975, of which we celebrated this year, I think, the 6th women's strike. Within a decade, Iceland saw grand strides in gender equality, which paved the way for a more just and inclusive Icelandic society. Now, turning again to Poland and today's occasion, Iceland sees the EEA Civil Society Fund as an important and vital tool for strengthening civil society resilience across Poland, and we look forward to this journey with you, our Polish partners. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you so much. We will now hear from Jan Szyszko, Secretary of State at the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy. Good morning. I have to adjust the microphone. I think that's better. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me and a great pleasure to be with you today, to be together, to talk about new projects and the new fund, the new EEA and Norway Grants fund. But it's also a great opportunity to sum up past years and decades of our very good cooperation. The countries of the EEA and the European Free Trade Agreement are Poland's partners, have been for many years, because we're talking about funding that has been available since 2004. And one thing I'd like to highlight, something we often forget, is that this cooperation is not just based on a financial partnership, it's a partnership of values, because the fact that this cooperation, which means that in exchange for access to the Polish and European market for companies from Iceland, Norway, or Liechtenstein, in return, these countries provide funding for development. And as a result, this creates a community of values between ourselves and our partners. These values include a trust in the power of democracy and faith in sustainable development, as well as the belief that it's institutions that make a strong, resilient country. This is at the foundation of our collaboration, which brings bilateral benefits, and that's why it's been ongoing for the last 20 years and developing quite vibrantly. And Poland, as the biggest partner, the biggest beneficiary of these funds, of the EEA and Norway grants, Poland can boast of very many far-reaching achievements. As somebody born in Nowy Sącz, in the south of Poland, I noted an investment project that the ambassador mentioned. That's very close to my heart, but we're talking about thousands of countries across Poland. In the last edition alone, 2014 to 2021, over 900 projects were implemented out of 3,600. So in every Polish voivodeship, there are development projects financed from the EEA and Norway grants, contributing to a better quality of life, improving quality of life at the local level, and that's the most important level. So our ministry, the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy, is the national contact point for this funding. And we also pursue activities as part of which civil society organizations were able to implement initiatives that society needs now or will need in the near future. So we're so happy to be entering this new fund with so much capital and experience, social capital and experience for years to come. I would like to thank all of our partners in Poland who have been with us so far, but also will be with us in the future. who have been implementing the projects across Poland. I'm very grateful to the Batory Foundation and their representatives for your engagement, for organizing today's event, for the ideal cooperation. Thank you to members of the Stocznia Foundation and all the other organizations involved in moderating, selecting the projects to be realized. Without you, we would never have achieved so much. We realize well that the ministry cannot do anything single-handedly. It cannot be efficient by itself. So dialogue with civil society is not limited to the selection of beneficiaries, but needs to be conducted on an ongoing basis when designing the facilities and the financial mechanisms. Thank you to our partners from Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein for your great support and for our very good collaboration, as I've highlighted, and I hope that in the coming editions we will be continuing this. I am at your disposal on a daily basis, and I think I can also say that on behalf of all the staff at the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy who are involved in our joint project. So I wish you a very good day of talks and conversations, and thank you so much. And now we'd like to invite Stian Slotterud Johnsen, General Secretary of Frivillighet Norge, a Norwegian organization that is part of our consortium.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues and friends of civil society, on behalf of Frivillighet Norge, Civil Society Norway in English, I'm honored to be here today. Thank you to the organizers and to all of you for the important work that you do. It's a privilege to take part in launching this new EEA Civil Society Fund in Poland. Civil Society Norway is an independent umbrella organization for civil society in Norway. We represent more than 370 member organizations, from sports to culture to faith-based, humanitarian and rights-based organizations. And altogether, our members represent around 50,000 local groups in communities all across Norway. We are proud to contribute to this fund as a member of the consortium and to support our colleagues in Poland and across Europe in building a stronger, freer, and more resilient civil society. Let me begin by asking you all a question. Who here believes that civil society is essential for a well-functioning democracy? Raise your hands. I see a lot of hands, and I agree with every one of you. In Norway, we often say that civil society is democracy in practice. It is where people come together to organize around common causes or activities, to take responsibility and ownership, to speak up, and to take part in shaping the society we live in. Unfortunately, as we all know, democracy is facing a severe backslide globally. And in fact, for the first time in over 20 years, global reports show more countries classified as autocracies than democracies. We are seeing an alarming decline in democratic rights and freedoms, including in Europe. Civic space is shrinking, as is shown by the latest report from Civic's monitor. Media freedom is challenged, trust in institutions is declining, the role of civil society is questioned. And this is why resilience matters. Because resilience is not just the ability to survive, it's the capacity to continue doing our work, to adapt, to push back and to stand firm, especially when our space to operate is threatened. As civil society organizations in Poland, you know this reality. And I want to take this moment to acknowledge and celebrate the incredible work of civil society here in Poland. When the Russian illegal attack on Ukraine forced millions to flee, it was Polish civil society that responded immediately. You opened your homes, your offices, your community centers. You provided shelter, humanitarian aid, and dignity, and you continue to do so. This is resilience. When democratic rights and women's rights were challenged, we saw mass mobilization and protests. The Polish women's strike, as well as many other actors, inspire people and organizations across borders. You demonstrated the strength of civic action. This is also resilience. These examples are not just impressive, they are inspiring. They offer important lessons for civil society in Norway and across Europe. We should not assume that democratic institutions are permanent. They must be renewed and defended every day through participation, through critical voices, and through collective action. And in that work, we have a lot to learn from you. And this is why this fund matters. The EEA and Norway Grants are made possible through funding from the governments of Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. But this fund is not only about money. It's about values, it's about partnership, and it's about solidarity across borders. As Civil Society Norway, we are here to strengthen the role of civil society within this partnership. We want the fund to be a platform for dialogue, capacity building, and exchange of experiencing, working together with peers from civil society. And let me be clear, resilience is not built by one sector alone. We need cooperation between civil society, public authorities, and local communities. But civil society must remain independent with the freedom to criticize, to advocate, and to mobilize. That independence is not always welcomed, but it is always necessary. In Norway, we have a well-functioning democracy and strong civic infrastructure, but we know that this cannot be taken for granted. Civil society organizations in Norway are also affected by the same political trends, digital threats, polarization, and new forms of pressure as elsewhere in the world, even if our context is different. And that is why we see great value in international cooperation, not just as a means of solidarity, but as a way to build resilience through shared knowledge and shared struggles. We are therefore expanding our international engagement. We want to support those working under more difficult conditions, and we also want to learn from those who have stood their ground, even when their own governments have turned against them. So our context and purposes may differ, but the challenges we face, defending civic space, maintaining public trust, and ensuring democratic participation are shared. That is why I believe in standing together. We are different as organizations, but we are not alone. Let me end with this. Resilience is not only about organizational capacity, it's about values, it's about people, and it's about connection. And by being here today, you are connecting to something larger. A European civil society that continues to insist on dignity, justice, and freedom. A civil society that does not give up. So let's use this fund not only to support projects, but to support one another. Let's build partnerships on trust, respect, and learning, and make civil society stronger in all our countries. Civil Society Norway is proud to be a part of this community with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I want to invite Sylvia Sobiepan, who is a member of the board of the Stefan Batory Foundation, who will present the organizations in the consortium and the fundamental assumptions, the fundamental principles of the EEA Civil Society Fund. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome everybody who is here today, who has come to this launch. I'm delighted seeing so many people from NGOs, from civil society organizations, And after hearing from the Polish authorities and from our donors, I want to welcome representatives of civil society present here today. And I want to start with who. You know the answer to that question. I won't name the organizations already because they've already been mentioned a number of times. But I will say that this consortium was built using the strengths of all these organizations, which are complementary. One partner knows more about one subject, others know more about others. Now for a little exercise, for members of the consortium, could you please stand up? Everybody representing the consortium is requested to stand up. Thank you very much, and the reason I did this is so you know who you'll be working with over the next 7 years and whom you should approach, whom you should get in touch with. Now, another question, what for? Why? Why are we doing all this? And on this slide, we have words, individual nouns, which don't mean much separately. Without cohesion, you can't have resilience. A community also builds resilience. Agency and responsibility is necessary to build a community that creates resilience, that leads to cohesion. You can change the order, but the connections between them will remain equally strong. We believe that without civil society organizations, the resilience and cohesion of a democratic society cannot be built. A society in which citizens are actively involved in public life, they feel agency, and they feel a responsibility towards one another and towards the entire community. We believe that the actions of organizations will contribute to making Poland a country that is more resilient in the face of crisis and challenges, but also a country in which all social groups, segments of society will benefit from development. And what is the purpose? I'm sure this is one of the more interesting slides for representatives of civil society organizations. So purposes, this is the first one. The purpose is to strengthen democratic values and rule of law. And below you have 3 tracks or 3 areas in which competitions will be called. These are equally important. The order is perhaps less relevant, whether civic engagement or fighting disinformation or the participation of civil society organizations in democratic processes. The second area, equally important, is the protection of human rights. And it's difficult to choose because all of these areas are equally important. All of these areas have been examined, have been looked at by the donor states because the donor states have identified these areas and they are equally necessary, whether it's countering discrimination or countering abuse or violence, or whether we want a fair green transformation, an equitable green transformation. Every area needs to be addressed, and we know that in each area there are organizations that need support. And now the third area, supporting, strengthening organizations that act for democratic values, rule of law, democratic values in the plural, rule of law and human rights. And how do we propose to do that? How do we propose to support these organizations? By supporting their capacity building, and second, by trying to improve the environment, to make the environment in which they operate more friendly. And of course, we cannot forget who our neighbors are and and how the consequences of the war in Ukraine affect us directly, affect our country, and affect everything we do. A cross-section subtopic that will touch on all the areas will be a response to the effects of the war in Ukraine. Each of these areas can be related to the impact consequences of the war. And another slide, how do we propose to do this? We have over 83 million euros, and grant competitions for grant competitions, nearly 73 million have been allocated. We propose to hold 13 competitions over these 7 years. And the schedule, the timetable, will be presented shortly. We will also be organizing networking meetings and workshops, but one of a very important component will be working cooperation with Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. As you've seen, we have a Norwegian partner in our consortium, Frivillighet, so we're counting on their support in developing this cooperation. And now a slide which tells you when, so something more specific. We can now present our schedule for the next year. Yes, I see everybody has their cell phones in the air, everybody's taking photos. So the first competition will be held in February 2026. And I think that's the key piece of information that many of you have been waiting for. There will also be a competition on fighting and counteracting disinformation, on institutional grants, on supporting local media and civic media and sector and the first quarter of 2027. So where can you get more information? Where can you find more information? So watch these websites. There is a website, a dedicated website. There's a Facebook page. You can get in touch with us. And for now, our job, the people who stood up, is to design the first competition, the first grant competition. So you're all encouraged to apply. And I hope that you will find something for yourselves in these areas, something that responds to your needs. Thank you very much, Sylvia Sobiepan. And now let's have a 20-minute coffee break. Since we're a little ahead of schedule, I suggest that we reconvene. We start again at 12 o'clock sharp. So at 12 o'clock sharp. And let me just remind you that you can take photographs. There is a wall at the back. You can take photographs in the back of the room, and you can also tag us on social media. And by the reception desk, you can also have a chat about bilateral cooperation. So And now we would like to invite Øystein Knudsen, the National Civil Defense Commissioner and Chief of Civil Defense of Norway, and Krzysztof Izdebski, member of the board of the Stefan Batory Foundation, to join us on stage. Øystein Knudsen will introduce this discussion on building resilience of the civil sector, institutional, social, and climate resilience, as well as the need for cooperation between public administration and non-governmental organizations in the new programming period. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I just want to check if the microphone is working. My role in this part of the panel will be to hand over the microphone, but I see that Mr. Knudsen has a microphone of his own. Our special guest, we want to ask our special guest to tell us about something that we will be talking about during a panel with the participation of guests who I will be introducing later on.
Thank you so much to be with us, not only because it's an important occasion for us as a consortium, but for a lot of partners from the civil society that are here, but also from the representative of the administration. And I have to say, we are thinking a lot, and we are really concerned about the resilience, and specifically, of course, the whole of society approach. So it's a great opportunity that we have you here to share how does it look in Norway and what are your experiences, but also what are your tips for the Polish civil society or the whole resilience, the whole resilience ecosystem in Poland. Please.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, first of all, thank you for inviting me to share some reflections with you. Very easy questions, thank you for that. As you see, I represent a uniformed service, which is perhaps a bit of a novelty. So just a few introductory facts about the Norwegian civil defense. Conscription-based service, unarmed, falls under the purview of the Ministry of Justice and Public Security, so this is interior. Conscription for both men and women, age 18 to 55, and we are there to reinforce the other emergency services in peacetime emergencies. In war, our role is very simple, to protect the civilian population in accordance with the Geneva Convention. So contrary to quite a few other countries in Europe, we have retained a civil defense force operating in peacetime, but also present in times of war. And that is the primary reason for us existing. We are a small part of what is labeled the total defense concept in Norway. And you've seen the term total defense, I think, throughout the Nordic countries especially. Differs a bit. Technically, it basically means utilizing every resource of society available in times of national crisis. Be that public, be it private, be it governmental, be it NGOs and volunteers, pulling together in solving the challenges we're faced with. And I think that the first 50 years of that history, during the Cold War, was all about preparing for war. Civil society supporting the military in case of a full-scale invasion, which was then the threat. And then we've had decades of peace. And we've been focusing on peacetime emergencies. Natural hazards, the consequences of climate change, floodings, forest fires, refugee crisis, COVID-19 pandemic. We've all been through those experiences. And if there's one thing that I can say very clearly is that we will not be able to manage without pulling together. So we need civil society in our efforts. So let me also start joining my colleagues in thanking all of you for the part that you play in building resilience in Poland and back home in Norway as well. And now we're faced with, after decades of peace, we are now faced with perhaps the most complex security situation in a very long time. And at the same time, we also see the consequences of climate change in combination of that. So earlier this year, our government launched the first national security strategy in Norway, and they highlighted some very important aspects, and I would like to commend my colleague from Civil Society Norway in that these cannot be taken for granted. And just let me highlight the key topics from that. Freedom and independence. It cannot be taken for granted anymore. A robust democracy. We need to work together to secure that. A safe society with a high level of trust can no longer be taken for granted. An open and adaptable economy. Solidarity among allies and in Europe. And also a world that seeks solutions based on international law can no longer be taken for granted. And in that perspective, we all need to pull together, governments and civil society alike. I think it's fair to say that Norway and Poland, we've both invested in strengthening national resilience over the past few years. But I would like to give a very clear message that there is a lot that needs to be done. So we need to continue working on resilience, and we need to do so together. Because we will be faced with complex issues of a nature that we perhaps haven't faced so far. So that is itself a reason for working on systematic strengthening of resilience. And again, that is also the main reason for why we have to pull together. And the Norwegian approach is very much an all-of-society approach. It involves government, local, regional, central level. It involves the individual citizens. It involves the NGOs. It involves the private sector. 84 to 85% of our critical infrastructure is privately owned. We cannot solve this without having the private sector on board, and we cannot solve it without having civil society on board as we move forward. And that means that we are now emphasizing integrating and cooperating with everyone to a greater extent than before. In planning, in understanding the risks, in sharing information on what we have, in sharing information on the gaps that we need to fill, on how we can improve, and perhaps also, even more importantly, we exercise together to a much greater extent than we used to. Next year is labeled the Total Defense Year. 2026 is going to be the Total Defense Year in Norway, in which government, industry, NGOs, and volunteers will cooperate at all levels to put our system to the test, to see where are the gaps, what do we need to improve, and how can we work to improve our system. As the term indicates, total defense means defending. So there is also a long-lasting history of civil-military cooperation in our country. And we're continuing the civil-military cooperation, and even more so to a greater extent than before. And in this, civil society, civil governmental institutions, NGOs, volunteers, and private industry plays a very important part. You have much needed capacity, capabilities, roles and responsibilities that differ from governments. You are the ones who also give us the honest opinion about how things should be done and run. That is why that cooperation and dialogue is so very, very important. We must work together to ensure that we make optimal use of every resource available in times of crisis, serious crisis, and war. I think also we need to emphasize that each and every one of us, as citizens, we need to understand what we're faced with. We need to understand the risks and the threats. From the government perspective, we need to share openly information about the threats and about the risks and about our capacities and capabilities. We need to work to raise awareness about the risks that we're faced with. Raise awareness about preparedness in all sectors of society. I think it's, you and I as individuals, we also have a responsibility to prepare, to perceive, to understand. From a governmental perspective, I have a responsibility to share information to empower you, to enable you to take the necessary measures to be prepared. So in order to build resilience, we must increase self-preparedness in our population. Increasing people's own ability to be prepared, it will not only enhance the national level of safety and preparedness, it also enables us from the governmental point of view to assist those who cannot or are not able to assist themselves. So if you take more responsibility for your own safety, you will then perhaps make it a bit more easy for me from a governmental perspective to help your neighbor who may not be in the same position to help themselves as you are. So the focus on self-preparedness, self-resilience is one important aspect of the Norwegian system. And we now have a week per year, which we call the Self-Preparedness Week. As the Polish government, we have provided a leaflet and information folder to every Norwegian household on be prepared, be self-sustained for at least 1 week. You say, I think 72 hours. It differs throughout Europe. That's not the important bit. The important bit is be prepared as best as you can, because that will enable us to help others. So self-preparedness is an important aspect of that. Another element I would argue is important from a resilient point of view is critical infrastructure. Enable the continuity and business continuity in our critical functions of society, absolutely vital. We saw the consequences of the blackout in Spain fairly recently. I start thinking in terms of, so, okay, how long will I be, how will I manage without electricity for 2 days? That's an interesting thought. No cell phone, beautiful, no email, nothing to do, no. But we have to think in terms of worst case scenarios. So critical infrastructure protection, the continuity in critical functions of society is another very, very key element of what we're working on. Thirdly, information sharing. Information sharing between all aspects of society, between government institutions, between the military and the civil side, and also between governments and civil society. Information about risk, information about preparedness, and information about how to operate throughout the crisis spectrum. That means also planning together to a greater extent than we used to do. Involve each other at all levels. So in the Norwegian system, you will have a local resilience council incorporating the government, municipalities, NGOs, volunteers, and business and industry, working on resilience at the local level.
Sorry, immediate question, who is leading the council?
So the local resilience council is led by the municipality. So it's the local government chairing, but then inviting the others to the table. Then you will find a mirror of that at the regional level, which you will probably have in Poland as well. That is chaired by what we call a county governor, but it's the same approach that you would have in Poland. Again, with a multifaceted attendance of governmental, non-governmental, business, industry, and volunteers.
We're still working on this non-governmental part, but we will get there.
And then mirroring that at the national level, also having a national level resilience approach. This is one of the very, very strong recommendations when we had a commission on total preparedness. You need to have a three-tiered council approach on resilience, local, regional, and central, involving all the key players in modern society. And then finally, perhaps exercising together. Exercising realistically, being brutally honest with each other, because we exercise not only to learn, but we also exercise to test our systems. We need to push them to the test. Will the plans work? Do we have the key players on board in all the areas we need them or not? So we are now exercising a lot more than before. And one of the things we're going to do next year, 26, is to have exercises at all levels. So making sure that we invite all key parties to the table, local, regional, and at the national level. to do this the best way we can, including civil-military exercises. So, self-preparedness, resilient citizens as key, very much a bottom-up approach, build resilience from the ground floor of society, and you are key in that. Focusing on coordination, cooperation, whole of society, involving all key players, local, regional, and central. Planning together, and also willingness to exercise. And I need to show my vulnerabilities to others. I need to show that the civil defense has strength, but it probably also has some challenges. And the best way to identify the challenges is actually to exercise and train and see, works, it doesn't work, let's improve. So my argument would be threefold. I'm not going to say that the total defense approach is applicable in a Polish context, but there could be some inspiration in the sense of a whole of society approach. So whole of society is important. Resilience at the citizens level throughout the structure would be the second argument, and willingness to put the apparatus to the test. And here is why the Civil Society Fund is important to us, because what we gain to your projects is to the benefit of us all. So we've been part of this now in the previous period. We're going to be part of this for the next period. You deliver specific projects with specific results, which will enable us to move forward and improve. So I am extremely grateful for all the efforts that you put into this, both from the governmental side and the NGO side, to enable us to move forward and improve resilience. Because going back to our ambassador's introductory remarks, we are dependent on having resilience at all levels of society to function. Thank you.
Thank you. Just also a question that I have to ask, maybe playing a bit of the devil's advocate here, because you presented this whole of society approach. We're talking about the Civil Society Fund and the inclusion of the NGOs in the whole area of the civil defense or resilience. But there are some people, I'm not one of them, but let's give them some arguments, that they say that democracy is actually does not really serving well the defense, all this hardcore stuff. We need to be really focused on, one person holding all the power, and it's more effective. So please give us some arguments why democracy, in fact, supports the resilience, why it's supposed the self-defense and this preparedness that you were mentioning so often.
My simple answer will be that the values of democracy and the citizen perspective in a modern democracy is the core of that tapestry that will function throughout the crisis perspective. What works in peacetime is our open, free democracies. I am absolutely convinced if we move away from that, we're giving up on the fundamentals of our society. It's actually what we're defending. It's the whole reason for having a defense is not only territorial integrity, it is actually defending the democratic values of our society. That is what we're doing. So I would go in the exact opposite direction and say it is the multifaceted democratic society which is also the most resilient ones when faced with authoritarianism and the prospect of war.
Okay, and thank you so much for this. And last question from my side would be, also, I understand that Scandinavian countries and Norway in particular are a bit different than the countries from our region in the terms of the trust that you have towards the government. And one of the reasons we also want to, do a lot of activities around building trust to each other, building a trust towards the public institutions, but also public institutions trusting citizens is also gain this kind of the possibility of opportunity for the mutual, like real mutual cooperation partnership. Will you also see this whole of society approach, this whole exercise on the symbolic level, but also on the very concrete one as well, as also the way to build the feeling of ownership among the society, because one of the reasons we not always have this trust, overwhelming trust issue, I would say, is also we don't always have this feeling of ownership of all the processes that are going on in the country.
So I do realize that our countries differ. As you say, up until now, we have enjoyed high levels of public trust in Norway. But it cannot be taken for granted. We have to maintain that level of trust. I think there are some aspects why that level of trust is there. There are historical reasons. We differ. I think transparency is key. A transparent government in the dialogue and discourse with the public is key. We saw that through the COVID-19 pandemic. We are trying to be as honest as we can on the things that we know to be, the things we know, the things we believe to be true, and the things we do not know. And we have to be honest about what we don't know, what we believe to be true, and what we actually know to be true. So transparency is key. This is my personal view. Building resilience at the level of the citizen is a wonderful way of empowering each and every one of us to take responsibility, to know what's going on. In what could be a contested environment, online, information operations, and so on and so forth. Media literacy, ability to critically think on the messages we receive is one also very important element of the resiliency at the level of the citizen. So transparency is perhaps my buzzword.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't talked about it, but like some of you that you know me, I mean, transparency is the key. Yes, I agree. Mr. Commissioner, thank you so much for this snap of the information about the all of society approach. And you want to get to help me introducing the next
Yes, of
panelist?
course.
Thank you so much. Thank you again. I will, if you allow, jeżeli pozwolicie, ja zostanę też już z wami na...
So if you'll allow me, I'll stay on the stage with you. So right now we'd like to invite those taking part in our first panel to step up. Karolina Drescher-Smalec, President of the National Federation of Non-Governmental Organizations. So please come up to the stage. Wojciech Łysik, head of the Norwegian Funds Division at the European Funds Department of the Ministry of Climate and Environment. Magdalena Rams, a Deputy Director of the Department of Funds and Free Legal Aid at the Ministry of Justice. And Magdalena Zdrojewska, Deputy Director of the European Funds Department at the Ministry of the Interior and Administration. And the panel will be moderated by Krzysztof Izdebski. Thank you very much for your support. Our clock is ticking. Let me just shift things around. So do hydrate before we start. Thank you so much for coming, for accepting our invitation to be part of this panel, which is somewhat unusual because we are launching the Civil Society Fund, and it would seem that for many years we were sort of walled off from one another, living in different clusters without really keeping track of what others were doing. So as the consortium that's going to look after these civil society funds, we really hope to get more, like the commissioner said, it is a time when we should adopt a more systemic approach or a more synergistic approach. And resilience does indeed seem like the thing. Maybe it was present in our discussions previously. It's stated clearly. And I hope for a type of resilience that's not just a response to crisis, but a type of resilience that will engender an ability to adapt to changes in the long term. And that was very well said, and for that I thank our Norwegian and Icelandic partners and donors. I recommend to you the Blue Book, which describes the premises, the assumptions underpinning all the funds, including the Civil Society Fund. So this value, the value of this Blue Book, you could call it a constitution of the EEA and Norway Grants. So it's a publication that describes a whole host of different activities that build resilience. And that's what I'd like to talk to you about for the next 54 minutes. So I'm emphasizing the time. I don't mean to rush anyone. We have quite a bit of time for a constructive discussion. But of course, not everything can be said in 54 minutes. So I hope, and that is the purpose of our meeting, I hope that there will be opportunities to treat this as the beginning of a longer discussion. And one final thought, we have very diverse, a diverse panel here representing different ministries. We have Carolina with us, who is the head of a national federation of NGOs, which brings together a whole variety of organizations. So we have climate issues, justice, internal affairs, and civil society here. All the things that were emphasized by Mr. Knudsen as the foundation of the ecosystem. So I've given a bit of an overview of how we understand resilience, but maybe I'd like to try to work out a shared definition, because resilience has been a buzzword of late. Everybody might understand it a little differently. So maybe we can start by coming up with a shared definition. How can we understand systemic resilience that involves strengthening the state, its institutions, and non-governmental organizations? I see that Magdalena is showing signs of readiness to answer. Preparedness. It's working? It's working, yes, yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, your excellencies, ambassadors, thank you so much for the invitation to this panel. And I see that this is not a meeting where it's just easy questions, but we're also here to find answers. So I understand we're talking about systemic resilience. That's a difficult concept. My approach is to always sort of take things apart and look at the parts. When I think of a system, I'm thinking of a structure, a construct. It might be simple or more complex. If it's more complex, then there are probably several levels and different processes, different actors, at different levels of ownership or responsibility. We're talking about something that is predictable, that gives us some stability, something to lean on, but also something that is flexible enough so that it can be used in unpredictable, unforeseeable circumstances. So I think the system should be adapted, it should be in place, so we don't have to invent things from scratch. And maybe a benchmarking approach where we can compare ourselves to others, see what works for them, look at the good practices from other partners, other countries. But it's like the commissioner said, it's not that every solution will be applicable in every case. So that was the system. Now, when it comes to resilience, I think that even a few years back, nobody here talked much about resilience. I remember when we were negotiating the previous edition, we had a very interesting conversation with our colleagues from Norway about the term preparedness. Because in Poland we would say prevention. But our colleagues from the Civil Defense Department, they said, okay, prevention's great, but also preparedness. And then came COVID, and we realized that we should be building societal resilience. And that word is now sort of a daily word. The way I see resilience, it's like we have an organism, our body, and we can say it's resilient, or we have immunity. And I once used a comparison to, fall and winter come around and we see ads on TV for health supplements. Increase your resilience, increase your immunity. There are those who take vitamin C or D and it helps them, but there are also those who can't build resilience merely by taking supplements, because you build resilience all year round in many dimensions. You need good physical health, sports, exercise, good nutrition, avoiding stress. So when speaking of resilience, we can act on an ad hoc basis, but also in a prosperity setting, we need to always keep resilience in mind. Something that gives us a certain, keeps us in good condition, so that when danger comes, that allows us to get through it. So both of these notions are a little complicated, and when you combine them, systemic and resilience, that's a whole different issue altogether. But that's how I understand it. Thank you so much. I'll get back to you with details. To ask you about how the ministry sees this and what suggestions they have, what ideas they have. So maybe let's go to our other Magdalena, Magdalena Rams, representing the Ministry of Justice. It's very interesting for me as a lawyer and as somebody who deals a lot with rule of law and NGOs. It's interesting that you are giving appreciation to the notion of resilience. Like I asked the Commissioner, that resilience happens across different areas, rule of law, human rights. It should be working. I'm looking at the gentleman. You're turning on the microphones. And okay, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you so much to our Norwegian partners as well for this cooperation, because this is a very valuable exchange of experience for the Polish side, not to mention the financing and the support going to many initiatives. Speaking of resilience, I'd like to weave in another notion, the notion of institutional resilience. And I think that the ambassador provided an answer to this question in his speech when he said that institutional resilience is our own resilience, because institutions are not just on paper. They consist of the people working there. If the staff are not resilient, the state fails to fulfill its functions. So building resilience means building skills among staff and anybody who works in institutions like the judiciary. And it's not a simple matter. Nobody can build resilience overnight just by hiring somebody. Because we build resilience starting from when we're school-age children. We build it in our homes. We build it by learning values, learning a certain way of looking at the world, building up our own responsibility for ourselves, and instilling these values in the young generation is the most important duty of the state. We need to bring up, to educate a society, and without that, it doesn't matter what laws we pass, how beautiful these laws look on paper, and how well they address all sorts of social issues. We won't have resilience if we don't have people in society who will have a clear understanding of these concepts in practice. Without that, the country won't work and it won't be resilient. I just wanted to share a thought sort of from the Ministry of Justice side when it comes to social resilience. For the ministry, we understand it as civic access to rights. But unfortunately, the system is very complicated to ordinary citizens. And we have to be honest, the state is intervening in the legislative sphere increasingly and regulating different aspects of our lives more and more. And it's very hard to really have a good grasp of this. The average individual needs help to grasp all the regulations. So the role of the state is to help citizens navigate this complicated legal structure. And here I'd like to thank the Norwegian side, who have made it possible for us to carry out projects, for instance, constructing simple tools to access legal aid. We have free legal aid points across Poland, and anyone can theoretically go there to get legal assistance. But despite the fact that we are a developed society, in small villages outside of big cities, there's simply lack of transportation, and these people simply cannot get to the legal aid office. We also have transportation exclusion of women. Women living in small towns and villages, a lot of them don't have a driver's license or don't have a car. They are often victims of violence and they are left to their own devices. It's a serious social problem, and I hope that in this new programming period we will be able to build new tools that will give these individuals access to help. And that will be a tool that will definitely strengthen people's resilience. We're going to give the citizens something that they will really be able to use and to get help. So with regard to building resilience, I'm so very grateful because in the free legal aid system, many NGOs are involved. We have quite a few of such organizations. The cooperation isn't perfect. It's always about the money, and everybody wants to earn more. But I'm so grateful the organizations are on board, because aside from providing free legal aid, they also raise awareness about what the civil society sector is. There are regions in Poland where people don't know what an NGO is. They have never encountered one. So this is a tremendous labor, sort of a grassroots work done by NGOs, the central administration and local governments, because our system, our political system, we have both a central administration and local governments. That creates the need to work across different levels. If there is no cooperation, then all we get are separate initiatives that are devoted to the same general themes, but the effect doesn't really lead to large-scale social benefits. So all of these sectors need to do their part. And I always say at the end of the day, when talking to lawyers, local governments and NGOs, I always say it's always about the citizen, regardless of how much money we have for the system. There's always something, whether it's 100 million, 200 million, it's there for the citizen. And our task as the ministry, and your task as NGOs as well, is to spend that 100 million on citizens, so that at the end of the day, we have the sense that we've helped not 100 million people, because we don't have that many citizens, but that we've given people agency, that we've raised their awareness. We have given them more access to legal aid, to their rights, so they can demand their rights, so they're able to take advantage of their rights. And that is a huge social skill that we need to build.
Dziękuję. Jeszcze wrócimy.
Thank you very much. We will be getting back to the other ideas that I know the Ministry of Justice has, but now the environment and climate. This is a topic that people like to avoid, but it's also very relevant. A lot related to resilience is being done by NGOs, but when it comes to the climate and the need to protect the need or the climate change, actually responding to climate change which increasingly causes natural disasters such as floods. And I would encourage you to have a look at When the Levee Breaks, a publication, something published by the Batura Foundation, but other members of the consortium are also involved in initiatives that describe the role of civil society in natural disasters. But yes, the Ministry of Climate and Environment is also part of this system of building up systemic resilience. Yes, so thank you very much for having me. I hope you can hear me. Yes, the Ministry of Climate and Environment is part of the ecosystem, as to put it in my own vocabulary, but I was wondering what I could add to what's already been said. As the administration, as the government, we have two fundamental issues that we deal with. We create a legal framework and regulations, and this is the transparency that the Commissioner mentioned. And here there's a lot of room for cooperation. And in our ministry, we are doing that. It's not an area that's my personal competence, but I just want to mention it briefly, that this year we are working on a national plan for protecting nature, our natural nature. It's a huge project. There is a document coming up. We are planning a new strategy for adapting to climate change, and we want to involve civil society organizations at the stage of designing policy, building. This is what we're doing. And the second dimension, the second area, which is more connected to what I do, is funding, namely providing the funds, securing the funds, and allowing civil society organizations to access these funds as partners, the funds that the ministry has. This is a subject I could talk about for a very long time. My specialty area is the European funds. My specialty area is, of course, the Norwegian and EEA funds, but I could go on for a long time, but I think I'll stop here. Yes. Carolina, as president of the National Federation, you have an overview of what's being done by NGOs, by civil society, and I often dream of having a panel with 20 panelists, but that would not be enough to give the full picture, to show the full extent of what's being done by NGOs. But this system of resilience, how do you see it? How complex, or can you, maybe it's not, maybe it's easier, because the sector is very diverse. So we keep saying that public administration and NGOs, but within NGOs are also very diverse. And how does that contribute to resilience? Thanks for having me. Thanks for the question. And I think I want to share. I want to say that I feel a great responsibility. I feel that I speak on behalf of thousands of organizations that should be present here today. That should be, but for hundreds of organizations in Northern Norway, and EEA funds aren't just funds you can apply for in your everyday activity. For many organizations, and this has been said in previously, for many organizations that work in areas that will always be sensitive, that will always be politically sensitive, but that also determine our future, that deal with democracy, human rights, minority rights, equality, how independent organizations and the people who create, who build up, who are in these organizations, but actually we are society, active citizens, or societies made up of active citizens, people who, apart from everything, their everyday life, their family life, these are people who made that extra effort, who see that there's a need and who step in and act to respond to a need that they see around them in their local neighborhood. So when I'm talking about organizations and civil society and keeping about a healthy organism, a healthy body, well, organizations are the vitamins and minerals in the organism of the state. So just as you build up your immune system, you have to build up, I mean, if we don't take a vitamin C or D for a few days, we might not notice, but there comes a time when you have a deficiency, when you get anemia or a vitamin deficiency, and getting back to normal takes a long time, or can be even impossible. So we need to realize that building up an immune system, a system of resilience, requires resources, requires investment. We're talking about the Norway grants, and these are funds that helped Polish organizations. I mean, Norway grants and EEA grants are also available in other countries, but they've helped Polish organizations to. They've helped civil society to be effective in those areas that help us live safely and have security as Europeans, especially now in times when this is being challenged, it's being eroded also geopolitically. So, and things will get even more difficult. So building up a system, constructing a system that will allow us to be effective in critical times requires, we need to have a system that's well built, well constructed. It needs to factor in, it needs to involve all the institutions, ministries, public institutions that have their own methods of operation, but they also need to notice individuals at the local level. We've spoken about this need to be prepared, this preparedness, be able to act within 72 hours, or to be self-reliant for 72 hours until help can arrive. So individuals who respond to the problems, the challenges of their local communities, this is a resource. This is a resource that should also be aware of itself, because we don't. We have to know our faces. We have to know who we are. We have to know who to call. I can call you or you. We have to know that there's a federation or an organization that you can contact in times of need, regionally or nationwide, that will respond. And here's another word, a buzzword that came up. Namely trust. Trust isn't a buzzword, but again, trust is crucial. So if it's time to act, we need to know each other, but we also need to trust each other. We need to trust our skills, our competencies, and we don't wake up with a new skill, but trust, skills and qualifications and competencies are built up every day through years of effort. So we need to know that as a system we can respond quickly and effectively. Thank you very much. I started thinking that there's a paradox because we say we need to strengthen institutions, and then you said, oh, we'll have silos, but no. Is strengthen institutions that network, that see one another. And that's an important, crucial thing. That was also the reason we brought you here together at these two tables around. So one more thing I wanted to ask. Moving on, you're also very active at the EU level. You're a member of the European Economic and Social Committee. So are the talks we're having now, are they reflected internationally? Or let me put it, or are these tables that we're sitting at, do they also exist in other countries of the European Union? And are the talks more advanced? So where are we seen from the perspective of civil society organizations, and how do they cooperate in building up this system of immunity? I think that on the one hand, we have a lot to be proud of. We have a lot, for instance, the response of civil society and its organizations, the way it responded to the war in Ukraine. It turned out that we've already passed a very difficult test where we had to respond quickly and effectively. We have experience that we can share, and we have resources that we can share. Many of our colleagues, many people take part in working groups or in meetings where they exchange experience. They tell how Poland was able, successfully making a lot of mistakes along the way, but learn from its mistakes and know how to act. So we have a lot to teach, a lot that we can teach, but show, or a lot that we can also build. And when it comes to thinking about an effective system, a system that wouldn't rely on ad hoc responses. And here I'm talking about capacity building, because organizations often depend on funding, on short-term funding, and they always feel that they're always from one grant to another, so they exist from grant to grant. And this is a discussion we've been having ever since the strategic roadmap that that the NGO community, I'm sure, remembers. In every voivodeship, in every county, there were meetings of NGOs to work out what they need as organizations. I think there were 33 areas or subjects, including capacity building for NGOs, and this is after a long process of advocacy. These funds for capacity building were made available, not operational funding, but funds, making available funds that would allow NGOs to act. And the Norway grants, in the previous period, also provided capacity building. This was very important for us as organizations. Sometimes I compare NGOs as local fire brigades. We don't organize a fire brigade when there's a forest fire. They need to be in place before, and it's best, of course, if the fire engine doesn't need to leave the station because they managed successfully to prevent fires. So the same goes for organizations. They need investment upfront. And in a European perspective, and not too optimistically, but we have hope. In Poland, we are able, this is something we can do. A lot of organizations, thanks to their advocacy nationwide, we need good law and good funding. So my federation and other umbrella organizations try and create a system that would allow organizations to operate effectively, but at a European level, we see that it will increasingly be more difficult to find funds for advocacy, to find funds for the sector, for the dialogue between the sector and the European Parliament and the European Commission. There have been this point of funding has been challenged. So it might turn out that the Norway grants and EEA grants might be crucial in funding and supporting areas that will never be popular, that will never be I mean, I think it's absurd personally, because actually organizations given the limited resources we have, all parties need to create a system of governance and also building up resilience. This doesn't happen, but so what's happening, what we're seeing now is really important.
Yes, of course, although we never mentioned disinformation, and maybe we will in a moment. In the next round, we'll allude to disinformation. I'm looking at the other end of the panel as well. So the ministry will be allotting funding when building the RCB, the threat communication system. So what are you doing? What is the role of this funding? And how will it reinforce democratic values? So what are we doing with EU funding, with EEA and Norway Grants funding at the Ministry of the Interior? Well, we were doing a lot. We have been a funds operator since the first programming period. Initially, there was big money for big projects, for instance, to modernize border guard stations. That wasn't all, of course, but I'll focus on that. The second edition involved soft projects, training projects, and this money was distributed through open competitions, although we did have 2 predefined projects that were carried out by the ministry itself. The third edition, which finished last year, was a bit of a mishmash. I think we had 6 predefined projects implemented by different services and 2 open calls. One of them was cooperation between police services to fight crime, and another project dedicated to migrations. And this edition went incredibly well, even though there were many challenges. There was the pandemic, there was the crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border. We know it still exists. The war in Ukraine broke out, and then came the flooding in the south of Poland. So in the law enforcement projects, they're for law enforcement, and if something is happening, they get orders, and they simply have to do their work. And at that point, the training programs and different program activities need to be deferred. Nonetheless, we finished the third edition with satisfaction. We had managed to complete things on schedule despite all the intervening challenges. So now for the fourth edition, together with our Norwegian partners, and we knew from the very beginning that the Norwegian law enforcement services are very engaged. In the internal affairs program, we have 2 strong stakeholders, the Directorate for Police and the Directorate for Civil Defense. And these 2 institutions were introduced to us as partners from the very beginning. And one thing we noticed right away was that Poland has quite a lot of experience when it comes to handling crisis situations. So it's no surprise that others want to learn from us. I'm not saying we did it 100% well. We still have to learn from our mistakes. So we have a catalog of projects. We've defined 3 program areas, similar to the past editions. So preventing disasters, preparedness for disasters, Area 2, organized and serious crime, and Area 3 is asylum, migration, and integration. And within these areas, we have several predefined projects, and these projects will be carried out by the police, the border guard, and for the first time on a large scale, the fire service will also be a beneficiary. What do you mean on a large scale? Well, we have 3 projects. At the request of the Norwegian side, we've defined the topics together because at the beginning we have a whole wish list on both sides, on the Polish and Norwegian side, and then we negotiate, the list gets cut down, and we come up with our joint priorities. But you were asking about the Government Security Center. So within the signed Memorandum of Understanding, we have given a brief overview of the Internal Affairs Program, and one of the statements says that out of our 83 million euros, at least 10 million has to go towards what's known as information integrity. I don't know if we'll have time to get into this, but when we were trying to define what disinformation was and what information integrity is, they're not the same. So together with our Norwegian partners, we determined that we would distribute 10 million euros in the following way. We would choose projects that are 100% dedicated to information integrity, or involve elements of information integrity. So the Government Security Center, the RCB, together with a Norwegian partner and with the involvement of the OECD, will be pursuing a project dedicated to information integrity that will involve social campaigns, training for different groups of stakeholders, including critical infrastructure operators. This was mentioned at length in the introductory statements, but also members of the state administration, students, and so on. There will be activities targeted at civil society, and I know that the Batore Foundation has already met with the Government Security Center, or CB, to find out what activities would be undertaken within this project. We must keep in mind, even though the project, the framework is already defined, but the details are still in the works. So thank you for this, and it's worth emphasizing because I think this could be applicable to some of those in the audience. So, like you said, there are no open calls within this edition, but there is space, and we did have this meeting with the RCB, the Government Security Center, in order to understand where these areas still are that we could enter as civil society, and we've determined that there is some room for us to step into.
So we were talking about free legal aid, and this is the only idea that the ministry has. What else are we can we look forward to in the next years, looking towards Aleje Ujazdowskie, which is where the Ministry of Justice has its seat? Yes, that's a difficult question, but a lot has already been done, and it's magnificent, and I think it should be publicized. In the previous programming period, among others, thanks to the donors, we built something called halfway houses. We built halfway houses for former inmates, not all of them, obviously, but for people prior to the end of their sentence. They are referred to halfway houses where they can prepare for life in society. And I think it's magnificent in our reality, and people can't imagine that inmates that can prepare to become members of society. I think there were 5 of these built nationwide, 5 centers. So these are houses with a playground. There's a workshop, a factory where these former inmates can learn a trade so they can find a job, so they can be productive and also resilient and not be another burden on the judiciary or on society after they reoffend. And it's wonderful. Our Norwegian partners supported this and helped us, and also awareness building in the penitentiary service and in remedial justice. We are very lagging behind in this area, and also telling or informing public awareness that an ex-convict might be our neighbor. So these are people who will go back, return to society, and society needs to be prepared. Society needs to move away from the previous mindset. But again, this is an accomplishment. This is something that has already been done. Let me just say, and Sylvia Sobiepan mentioned that from the Batory Foundation, so it's also a question of social cohesion. It's a question of building up a social cohesion, which is another component of resilience. Yes, indeed. And in this programming period, as regards access to justice and equal access to justice, yes, we will be focusing we'll be building a tool. We'll have an instrument that will help citizens in counteracting and fighting disinformation. This is a serious social problem. The ability to fact-check. People need to be able to fact-check and see whether they are dealing with information that is true, that is reliable. So we want to we want to build up tools and instruments that will be user-friendly, that will allow people to fact-check, to check their rights, to see how they can access justice, what they can do if they are in criminal or court proceedings. This will be available online, and also greater access to legal aid by introducing various tools. And also in the judiciary, there's also competence building and capacity building in more effective procedure. This is a problem. We have 14 million cases annually in the Polish justice system, so processing all these cases is a huge challenge for the judiciary, and therefore, for better or worse, we need to automate certain standard procedures, and these funds will be used to that end. And in closing, I wanted to say one last thing about society. I don't know if you've been following this, but this is a European-wide problem. In Poland, 26.7% are over the age of 60. So this is a huge challenge, educational and social challenge, a sectoral challenge. It's a challenge for all of us, how to make these tools available to this age group. And this is a huge challenge for the state and for NGOs, because we tend to focus on the younger generation, but nearly 30% of the population and rising are people over 60 whose digital skills aren't that advanced. And briefly, so I listened to what you were saying with great interest, and it's true. We're very happy that the problem that this sensibility of this awareness of an aging society is something that many institutions are beginning to have. We were able to do a project together with the police and the Metropolitan Police, which will be addressed to to senior citizens as well as young people. So it will be an intergenerational project on safety, and a social awareness campaign, a public awareness campaign, information campaign on cyber threats. And I wanted to tell you why it was a challenge, because in Poland, so-called fraud, where senior citizens are scammed to give money because allegedly their grandchild wants money. So when we were talking about this to our friends in the Norwegian police, it was obvious sometimes these threats differ from country to country, and it requires understanding, but we were able to negotiate it with our partners in Norway. So it's not a huge project, but it is an awareness building project that focuses on something specific to Poland, where again these fraud committed against older people. So give us money because your grandchild has been lost, or give us money because we're the police. So again, I'm glad that ministries are also talking to one another. I'm glad that there is cooperation, yes, and so this again goes beyond silo kind of approach. And I think I understand your planning, so there's an open call, or is it too early to say? I think we will be transparent. We will be transparent. We will be keeping you informed. Thank you very much. That was a truly ministerial answer. But again, speaking on behalf of the consortium, we will be lobbying. And I'm sure so, yes, on matters of climate, how do you, what can be done? Or how do you see organizations, civil society organizations involved in your activities? Yes, I'm looking at the time. I'll try and be very brief. We have I'll be asking you brief questions later on. Our program is very diverse. We have 11 non-competition projects and 9 open calls. We're planning, because it hasn't been approved yet. We're hoping it will be green-lighted. So I want to, but again, I think we succeeded in the previous period. And as regards engaging social civil society organizations, so to combine the past and the future, as regards climate, there was a competition for cities on projects to adapt to climate change. Since it was addressed to cities with a population below 90,000, we realized that some of these cities and towns might have problems, might not have the capacity. So when we drafted the terms of the competition, the terms provided for partnerships with NGOs, including NGOs that have the necessary skills. And that worked very well. I don't want to get into details, but it worked very well. And we also had a case where the NGO took on the role of the beneficiary, the lead partner. So the local government didn't have to do the administration. This was something, and this is something we want to go back to. And there was another competition that worked very well, and I think it exceeded our expectations because we had much more interest than we expected. So this was a project done by schools, an adaptation and education project. The idea was that we would teach students about the climate, why climate change is important, why we need to adapt and mitigate, but not by giving abstract examples, but we quoted specific examples. We looked at specific things being done in a school or in a campus. So our schools, do schools always have the necessary competence? Well, very well if they do, but if they don't, we also invite NGOs to join in. There have also been cases where NGOs also run schools, and the competition was also addressed to them. So this was a success. This was successful, and we want to continue it in the current period. There are other actions. I won't list all of them, so I want to encourage you to watch this space. So watch our website, our social media channels. We will be keeping you informed. We will be, of course, following developments, so we don't have a lot of time left. So let's look further into the future and starting. Okay, 7 years. 7 years is really good. This is a great time frame. It's a long time frame, but we've seen that in a few months so much can change. How much can change in a few months? So looking in terms of various unexpected, I wonder how unexpected they are. So unexpected, unpredictable changes and developments. Okay, so let's try and imagine what will happen 7 years from now. So what do you expect in terms of resilience building and capacity building after this 7-year period? Where do we want to be? Where will we be? Living in times when money can destabilize the world, where you can affect or rig elections, where you can influence the outcome of elections, or when you can manipulate, so dark money, untraceable money can actually via disinformation effect. So we need to be quick. We need to be able to respond quickly. And when I think in terms of 7 years, it sounds really good. But we also need to create a system that will be responsive. I need to take advantage of this opportunity, seeing as we have so many wonderful people in this panel. And I want to ask you to think about a system in terms of IT. It has to be nimble, it has to be updated quickly. It has to be updated once a month, if not more often. And these updates, and in these updates, we as NGOs want to be available, not as those who know about climate, the environment, rule of law, security, and other areas. So we know what needs to be done. And we need to know what needs to be adjusted, what legal change needs to be enacted, access to funds, what works, what doesn't, what needs to be made more effective, more efficient, what requires longer processes, what can be very simple, but sometimes requires just understanding and goodwill. So, yeah, I think that's the message I want to leave you with. We as the sector, we as civil society organizations are ready. We can act quickly. So perhaps not every idea will work, but let's try them out, because facing the challenges of a changing world, a world that can change practically overnight. One political declarations by a superpower entirely changes the picture. So this is something we really need to adapt to, and this 7-year time frame, which gives you a sense of security, but I don't want us to be. So we still need to be aware. We need to be quick, and as partners, we want to be involved. We want to be visible. One last thing. So 7 years later, where do you want to be? So what's the ideal picture? It's something we're striving for. Okay, I wake up in the morning and I want every citizen in Poland to be a member of at least 3 associations, be active locally, understand the problems, understand the issue, understand philanthropy, gives money to charity. Polish business, the Polish business community sees the need to invest in democracy, and the state treats NGOs as a resource, as a separate, distinct, and often critical resource partner. But we're here to help the system become better. Thank you very much. Okay. Very briefly, I think your question is how we should act in times of uncertainty. and where are we headed? What's our objective? The previous perspective programming has shown that EEA and Norway grants as a system have a certain inbuilt resilience and flexibility. So you said COVID, the full-scale invasion, the flood. We've been affected. We had a lot of events in the last period, and the system took them all on board, adapted, and again, with thanks to our donors. This is something I'm fairly confident. I don't know what will happen, obviously, and I think there will be a lot of surprises down the road, but we've already been through a lot. And I think that we've understood in Poland, and our partners also have understand that the system needs to adapt, needs to respond quickly, and there needs to be a will on all sides. So where do we want to get? Where do we want to be? That's a difficult question because we don't have a binary goal. Our program is very diverse, so I think we have a lot of small goals that we want to accomplish, but of course, smaller objectives and goals that serve to build state resilience.
I think that we're living in a time of great polarization of societies, of values on social issues, the role of the state, and it's all very difficult, even for the Ministry of Justice, because concepts that used to be uncontroversial and always meant the same thing are today disputed, and it's hard because many branches of society have extremely different positions, and it's often hard to find a solution that would satisfy all parties. It's a big problem in legislation, in the judiciary, when we have some general concepts and we implement those in specific cases and interpret them, and these are not easy cases. So my wish is that despite this polarization in Poland and in Europe and all over the world, my wish is for the Norway grants and EEA grants to be a tool of building social cohesion, so that 7 years from now we can say we've created something that serves everybody, regardless of their values, that it has a pan-social dimension. Thank you very much. Thank you for your brevity. So I think the 7 years will just go by in a blur, like the past 7 years. I'd like to return to Commissioner Knudsen's speech about total defense, and he very modestly said that it was just one element. He listed various areas: public, private, government, self-government, NGOs, volunteering, civil society. So it's a whole ecosystem, and the Ministry of the Interior is just one player in this ecosystem. Using Norway grants, EEA grants, we try to give more efficiency to our law enforcement services, raise their competence, give our law enforcement the best equipment. Also because cybersecurity has become a very important tool, cybercrime is a very great threat, so we need to be one step ahead of the criminals. What EEA and Norway grants provide, and this differs from other funds, is that they provide for cooperation between Polish and Norwegian partners. I think this is key. In the past edition, it wasn't always the case that during the evaluation, our services said that this funding was life-changing. No, that wasn't it. It was the bilateral cooperation that was the most important thing. And because Norway has such a good, well-developed system of civil defense, I firmly believe that in 7 years, our law enforcement services will come to us and say, we want more, we still want to work with you. We've learned a lot, we know a lot, but we need your support, Norway. We still need it, and I hope that the Norwegian side will see it similarly. So thank you so much. We're approaching the end of this panel. Maybe one final thought, looking at the audience here. All of us separately and together, we are the ecosystem. Maybe it's not the prettiest word, but maybe it is a pretty word. I don't know. We'll talk about it during the break. But by calling it an ecosystem, I just want to reassure you of my good intentions. Each of us is the ecosystem, is part of the ecosystem, and I'm so happy that we've had the first, I think, is it the first? Yes, the first official meeting with members of NGOs and the state administration, and of course also there's this bilateral aspect and the know-how, the information presented by our Norwegian partners. And so it is my hope, nobody asked me, but I'll say it, it is my hope that after the next 7 years, we will sit down again and we will still feel like one organism, one ecosystem. And now, in the spirit of building resilience, alluding to what the director said at the beginning, in a moment, I think we will get some nourishment. We will nourish the ecosystem. So thank you so much, Karolina Gresher-Smalec, Wojciech Wysik, Ministry of the Environment, Magdalena Rams, Ministry of Justice, and Magdalena Zdrojewska, Ministry of the Interior and Administration. Thank you so much.
Tak, to ja może tak stąd zapowiem.
So maybe I'll just make a short announcement. It's time for a break now, and we will see you at 1:50, a 20-minute break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the break. The issue of social resilience is important in all areas that will be supported by the CEF, by the EEA CSF, I'm sorry. And in this part, we'd like to invite you to take part in a conversation which will begin with brief interviews on supporting refugees, human rights, and civic participation. And we will be inviting all of you to take an active part in this discussion. Meanwhile, we'd like to invite our first two guests, Agnieszka Kosowicz from the Polish Migration Forum and Martyna Bogaczyk from the Education for Democracy Foundation. As Krzysztof Izdebski said, time is relentless. We were speaking about social resilience, but a lot of people mentioned the Polish response to the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022. I feel that we are in a different place now, and this different place, the question is whether we will succeed or not, whether we will respond adequately, and how this response will look. I have 4 questions. We have 10 minutes. My first question is, what is it to build social resilience in the context of refugees and migrants? We spoke about the environment. We spoke about the circumstances. So how is all this connected? I think we should get back to what Commissioner Knudsen from Norway said 2 panels ago, when he said that you can't have resilience and you can't have a effective response if you don't include everyone. If we are to include everyone, if we are to have a system that includes everyone, all of society, refugees and migrants are part of society, whether we like it or not. Whether we are in favor of migration or not, it is a fact that we have refugees and migrants living in this country. And thinking about them, I think, and I would encourage all of you to see them from various angles, because we often, when thinking about resilience, we think about what people need from us, what is the purpose of the system, what is it to offer people, and of course it's also worth trying to design a system that will effectively support migrants. So you need to think about language, you need to think about reaching out to various groups, you need to think of being convincing, of providing this information in a convincing way, in a way that will be understood. But we also don't think, we sometimes forget that refugees and migrants are an element contributing to our security. And you've given the example of the flood, where people from Ukraine were involved in building dams and levees. So this is another example of how refugees and migrants contribute to our collective security, to the security of people living in Poland. And I also would quote, I want to mention this role played by leaders of the migrant community who involve themselves in helping their compatriots. We are proud saying that 75% of the Polish nation were involved, of Polish people were involved in helping Ukraine, but 90% of the Ukrainian community. We have 2 organizations represented here who were involved in this response, right? So we know why. And I really don't like scaring. I don't like worst-case scenarios. I think in terms of tasks. But what will happen if we fail to do this? Briefly. Well, I believe that preparing, working, building up resilience and a response to future challenges and threats isn't merely about doing what we said just now, but it's also about creating circumstances in which people can work. September was a period when 1 million people, or over 1 million people, were waiting until the last day of their legal stay to find out whether they will be allowed to stay legally in this country. And these aren't conditions in which you can build resilience, because it's not conditions in which people can feel safe and confident. People who know whether they can trust the state in which they are living, they are residing, and this translates into emotional stability. And when we're talking about resilience, we often speak about mental health. The issue of mental health comes up. My organization specializes in providing psychological counseling for persons who have experienced migration, and we see the difficult emotional situation of these people because Poland has become an unpredictable country for many people. Yes, that's sounds all very logical. We want to include everybody, and then we will build social resilience. But what are the challenges? What are the obstacles? What are the difficulties? If we were to draw a map of our future activities, of the future projects, what do we have to reckon with as organizations when planning our activities? I think we have to identify two areas, huge challenges ahead. One of these is an extremely inconsistent state policy and the ambivalent approach to migration, because on the one hand, we need migrants. There's a lot being said about how many migrants we need on the labor market. The estimates are between 200 and 400,000 people annually. On the other hand, the state narrative about migration is negative, and so this provides an inconvenience. This creates an inconvenient situation where we need people, but we are unfavorably disposed towards them. So this in itself is a challenge. And the second area has to do with the inconsistency of the state. I mentioned September and the legally difficult, questionable situation in September. For instance, the Ministry of Education. And there we have more examples, but this is the first one that comes to mind. The Ministry of Education provides hundreds of people the possibility of working in the education system to support refugee children, but we don't know whether these people will have the right to work as of October, as of the following month. So these disparities, these inconsistencies are commonplace. As a state, the state doesn't take consistent measures. You mentioned the state. Not all organizations work at central level. But what are the challenges? What are the obstacles faced at the grassroots level? A lot of people in Poland don't know what to think. This negative narrative about migration, the experience of migrants and the experience of helping over the last 3 years has led to a confusion. People don't know what to think. This is an opportunity for us. This is fertile ground for us to work, but it's also a difficulty, and it's also there's also a problem that has to do with the unstable, unpredictable situation. And the fact that we don't know which way the situation in Ukraine will go, this radicalization we're observing in Poland and other Western countries as well, the general geopolitical instability, which is coming from across the Atlantic. So there's a lot of challenges that we have to cope with. What I would add is there's disinformation. This is something we're witnessing in the debate about migration. Currently, it is a challenge to provide rational information and facts. It's hard to have reasonable discourse about migration because the manipulation, the disinformation is very considerable. So we need to inform people. So apart from this confusion, if the only perspective that lies ahead is being confused, then it doesn't look too good. But yes, you've asked, you wanted me to say something positive, but it's not the case that we wasted the last 3 years, I think. No, we didn't waste the last 3 years. It wasn't futile. When I'm talking to other organizations and I'm reassured, I think that we have learned a lot. And this confirms that we've learned a lot. Civil society and organizations that provided humanitarian aid have are more professional than they were 3 years ago. We know how to respond in times of crisis. We know how to cooperate. The cooperation between local government and NGOs has improved, is much better than it was 3 years ago. So we have learned skills. We've learned how to talk, how to identify risk, assess risk. We still have a lot to do. But I think that in terms of dialogue between sectors, we've made a lot of progress, and I think this is a resource. Yes, we've learned a lot. We have new resources, but what resources do we still lack? Do we still need to build social resilience successfully and to involve refugees and migrants in this process? We lack a systematic approach. Money is important, of course, and the perspective of the Norway grants, the 7-year perspective, is really good because NGOs in Poland supporting migrants often rely on short-term grants or contracts and without sustainability and stability. So this program here, the Norway Grants program, gives time for thought. Karolina said that we need to be quick on our feet. We need to respond quickly, but we need to have a time for reflection, time to plan our strategies in the long term. This really matters. Okay, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, this was a really quick interview. And now we have an activity, and you're all invited to take part in this activity. But first, I want to invite Natalia Kertyczak, who will tell us what's in store for us. Thank you very much for this interview. Thanks for this introduction. Now I want to invite you to a talk in pairs of two about pairs of resilience in terms of supporting refugees and migrants. So turn to the person sitting next to you. And the first question for you to consider, to talk about, is what activities, what can be done in terms of building resilience in your immediate environment, in your local community? So what resilience building actions are needed and possible in your immediate environment? You have 3 minutes to discuss this.
Bardzo dziękuję. Bardzo dziękuję. Upłynął nam...
Thank you so much. We're out of time. We need to stop now.
Upłynął nam już czas na to pytanie.
So our time's up, but don't worry because we have more questions coming. And now in the same pairs, if you could share which activity you would personally take part in, what sort of activity would be appeal to you when it comes to building social resilience in terms of supporting migrants. 3 more minutes, off you go.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękuję za
Thank you for having your discussions. Our time is up. And now I would like you to have a brief discussion about the final question. Our final question is, how can your organization contribute to involving migrant and refugee communities? Even if you're not working directly with in the area of migration, maybe you see a role for yourselves. 3 minutes.
Bardzo dziękuję.
Thank you. Thank you for your pair discussions. And I am guessing you have had some thoughts now that will stay with you. You might continue them after this, and hopefully it'll be an inspiration to plan further activities. And right now, I'd like to invite everyone again to listen to another short discussion, short interview. We will be talking to Magda Pocheć, a member of the board of the Feminist Fund, and her interlocutor will be Edwin Bandek of the Stefan Batory Foundation. Oh, we have a clock here and it's running fast. So let's get down to business. We want to talk about resilience and safety and security. And one aspect that's important within the context of the whole fund, namely human rights. So resilience involves security, and today when 63% of Poles are afraid that we may lose our sovereignty again, everyone starts thinking about a guy in uniform who is going to come and provide us with safety. So when the situation is so dire, often people think, okay, let's put human rights aside and deal with the more pressing problems. Do you agree with this optic? Is security that important to put aside human rights? I would like to expand the definition of security because it's also defined by the dominant narratives. And these are patriarchal narratives that identify dangers related to aggression and armed conflict while failing to notice other dangers or fails to prioritize them. Because you can be afraid of losing your independence and sovereignty, but you can also be afraid that in a few decades there will be no air to breathe. So for me, thinking about security strictly in terms of military safety, so very narrowly, it doesn't cover what security is. For me, it is a threat if we start relativizing human dignity or we start refusing rights to some group. And if an autocrat with an imperialist bent is dehumanizing a group of people or instrumentalizing a group of people and fails to pass the test of humanity, I think we lose something important, and that is just as dangerous as an armed invasion. But also, in the first panel, the lady from the Ministry of Justice talked about how taking advantage of various opportunities like legal safety. So the legal safety relies on transportation because one needs to get to a legal aid office. So if we're talking about military security, that sounds universal, but what you're talking about, I feel that a state, a country that doesn't provide rights or doesn't respect human rights, minority rights, or the rights of, but excluding certain groups from rights, that is a danger. Yes, precisely. So two things. First of all, I would like to imagine a world, and hopefully there will be time over the next 7 years to talk about this, a world in which various needs are taken care of. The need for peace, of security in the military sense, but also security in terms of human rights and everyone being safe. On the other hand, the crisis rhetoric that we've been observing, it's not quite applicable to some groups with particular identities like trans women or people on the road or queer people who have always been at a disadvantage, and it's an integral part of their experience historically. So institutions don't provide security equally to all of us, and recently one of my friends used an illustrative term saying that the best policy, the best insurance for uncertain times are resilient and united communities, and I see these as something that might protect us against falling into these pitfalls. But we see ourselves that often government institutions follow a political logic and neglect human rights or try to find reasons to put them aside. At the same time, that reduces security, and certainly for all the groups that don't fit in the so-called norm. So what can we do as NGOs? So you can learn a lot about what security is like in Poland from the experience of those people who are pushed to the margins. So what the FEM Fund does is we direct money, attention, and care to those people, to those places, and that is our vantage point for looking at the whole system, because people who are on the margins have a very good perception of what isn't working in the system. So we come up with various recommendations. So in Poland, it's only thanks to an independent activist infrastructure that some things have been gained, like access to abortion or humanitarian aid on the Polish-Belarusian border, or help to trans individuals or people who are transitioning. For those demographics, for those identities, existing is a form of resistance and resilience. So am I correct, if we come back to the main topic of our conference today and the main priority for the funds within this edition, so building resilience, without looking after human rights and without guaranteeing them for different groups, we won't be able to build a resilient system because there will be so much exclusion. So many groups will be excluded. One more argument. There are also the 60 plus, the aging generation who are often treated as a problem by the state. I fully agree. We shouldn't see it that way. So where were we? I know what I wanted to say. So we see this reverse correlation. The greater there is gender equality in a certain country, the less there is conflict. So countries with high indicators for equality are the most peaceful countries. And it shows that social justice is not a side topic. It's really the foundation of security. And dismantling the patriarchy, yes, I think it's what we should be doing. Final question. what is your take on attitudes today? To what extent are you afraid that this political rhetoric, politicians talking about the need to mobilize in the face of war, can that turn against us? Can that turn against people who think like you do, and will have to be dealing with different, with extreme social attitudes? So I think our work is underappreciated. Some of the bravest activists work in conditions or despite repression and persecution. The things that are happening in front of the Abotak clinic, yes to Abo, it's an abortion clinic. These people are harassed, they're intimidated, and it's escalating, and we're not really able to fight against it and to provide safety to abortion activists, as well as the women who come there to get an abortion. Thank you so much. Our time is up. It is my hope, although I don't think anyone doubts it here, that we can't. The decision, it's not a decision between human rights and security. We need both. We've gotten a portion of arguments here from the battlefield, so thank you so much for that. And let's now move on to the interactive part. We will have some easy, I hope, questions for you. Could we get the first question on the screen? Okay, there it is. This is a statement. Today, our society shows greater solidarity than it did 25 years ago. Who agrees? And who disagrees? That's interesting. Okay, so those who disagree, maybe give us some arguments. I know a lot of hands went up, but maybe somebody could flesh out some ideas, because it's important how we perceive ourselves. Would anybody like to take the floor out of those who claim that our society doesn't have greater solidarity? Please volunteer. If not, we'll call someone to respond. The lady over there, I see she's withdrawing, running away. Maybe Piotr. Okay, so thank you for this question. I have been around for a long time. I was there when Solidarity, labor union, and that whole period in history, I still remember that experience. Especially at the beginning of martial law, when you came, nobody asked, who are you? Where are you from? They just said, okay, come on, let's join in, and we'll do it. We'll make it together. That was a wonderful experience. So 25 years ago was better. The division, we're so divided today, and I don't think these divisions are conducive to solidarity. And I think that the experience with people flooding in from Ukraine, that was a sort of yes moment. People stepped up, people coordinated, and that was a formative experience. But nobody has drawn any conclusions about what's been done over the last 3 years. We've lost the information war. Agnieszka, do you want to comment? Were you for or against? I remember those times 25 years ago, but it's hard to say, I think, whether we have more solidarity now than we did before. I think that our level of solidarity is changing rapidly. Putting up 1 million people in our homes, followed by calling people names in the street, it's proof of how our attitudes are changing rapidly and dynamically. Maybe one more voice from the floor. So my answer was yes, we have greater solidarity today, but I think that our solidarity is sort of ad hoc. When we need to come together, we do. Historically, that's also been the case. We've reached for our swords or pitchforks, depending. And once the external danger passes, we start to polarize. Magda, what do you think? I think it's more complex. I can look at the experience of the Feminist Fund, and part of our role in the movement has been to create spaces that welcome difference. And I've been able to see or to observe how various groups that have no overlap. So women living in the countryside, abortion workers, sex workers, and other groups of women, how they're able to create communities in which there's room for each of us. So my hope is that grassroots movements, civic movements, progressive movements can create solidarity. As to whether we are solidary as a society, I don't know. I can't really answer. So as a society, probably not. So let's move on to the next question. This, again, is another statement. The process of building resilience should start locally. Who agrees? But not exclusively on the local level. Okay, so there will always be the fine points, and somebody will always find nuances. So the way we should read this question, without the grassroots level, we can't build resilience. That's the statement. So I'd like to refer to the local level because I think that local change is often underappreciated and seen as episodic, a one-off thing that happens somewhere. But I think that these are where the biggest changes happen, the most enduring changes happen. For me, things happen in person-to-person interaction. And we need to sort of zoom out and see that, we have local changes happening across thousands of localities. And that translates into a wave of preparedness. And for me, that is truly how social change works. That is the mechanism. And often legal changes are just the icing on the cake. They come last. And so here we come to the examples I've given. Often we are ready as communities to embrace certain things, but there's a glass ceiling. Thank you so much. That's a good comment. And the last statement. So we'll see who agrees and who disagrees and where the truth is. Poland scores above the EU average on the Gender Equality Index. Who agrees and who disagrees? Okay, we'll tell you what the values are in a moment. So you can either be for or against, either yes or no. Okay, so those raising their hands say that Poland scores above the EU average, and the others claim that it's below the EU average. So those who say below are right. At the Gender Equality Index, Poland currently has a score of 57 out of 100. It's improved by 10 points over the last 15 years, but the EU average has also improved by 10 points. So we're still running the race, but we're still behind. And I see Magda wants to comment once again. So, okay. I hope that the next 7 years will be a time of greater involvement not just among organizations that defend women's rights and minority rights. It's sort of a task for everyone, for every NGO, regardless of your area of operation, because everything has a gender aspect. So that's also why the Feminist Fund is indispensable. And we need more money. We need to send more money this way, because when I think that we spent 360,000 euros on a border wall, and we, a powerful feminist organizations, have spent 6.5 million on social justice and equality, then that's a total disproportion, and it's simply unjust. Thank you for that comment, and that concludes our part of the conversation, our part of the panels. So next up are
Mr. Aleksander Warczygłowa, who will be speaking to Christian Połomski.
Dzień dobry, Szklanek.
Good afternoon. We don't have glasses, but these chairs looked comfortable, but design isn't always practical. My name is Christian Połomski. I represent the Rural Development Foundation, and it's my pleasure to be speaking to Aleksander Warczygłowa, the village head of Orzechowo, a village in Wielkopolska region, Września County, and the municipality of Miłosław. Yes, there is a craft brewery in my municipality. Yes, good afternoon and welcome. I want to thank the Rural Development Foundation for giving me this opportunity to represent 40,000 village heads in Poland, 44% of whom are women. Yes, nearly half of whom are women. Yes, Orzechowo in Wielkopolska province. This is a village with 2,300 inhabitants. It's along the Warta River, and then there's a brewery in the municipality. We have forests, and there's a lot of nature. You've been the village head since 2024, and you wear two hats. You're a social activist, and you also work for nature and the environment and climate, and you're doing a great job. But I have a question that I think all of us would like to ask. What should be done to have a tight-knit community? So what can be done so that people like each other and want to spend time together? The social cohesion and community can't be built overnight. You need to take small steps. I've been the village head. This is my second term as village head. And so these small steps, little interventions, little projects, smiling even, talking to people, starting up a conversation in a store or in a market, open-air market. This is the way, that's the starting point. Let's have an example of this type of initiative in practice. Don't be indifferent.
Wezwij pomoc. Przyklej elektrody AED. Analiza rytmu serca. Nie dotykaj pacjenta. Defibrylacja zalecana. Ładowanie. W celu defibrylacji naciśnij pomarańczowy przycisk.
Uwaga, będzie defibrylacja, odsunąć się!
Defibrylację wykonano. Wykonuj uciskanie klatki piersiowej.
Dzień, co się stało?
Wracaliśmy ze szkoły i znaleźliśmy go nieprzytomnego na ziemi.
AD było użyte?
Tak, było użyte.
Ile razy?
Raz.
Dobra, przebij głowę. 8, 9, 10. Oddycha w normie. Wrzesień 998 zgłosi do 45928. Mamy tu osobę poszkodowaną, mężczyzna około 50 lat, nieprzytomny, oddycha, AED było użyte przez osoby postronne. Tak, kartka była uciskana. Oddycha. Załóżmy folię RC. Wrzesień 998, karetka na miejscu.
Halo, proszę pana, słyszy mnie pan? Halo? Wie pan, co się stało? Nie pamięta pan, co się stało? Dobra, kontroluj mu oddech, ja wezmę noszę, przełożymy go na noszę, będziemy do karetki, dobra?
So you can see that it's a life-saving piece of equipment. If you didn't know, or if you didn't know what to do with a defibrillator, then I'm sure you already know how to do it. Tell us about this video. Yes, that was my intention, that was our intention, because we have a defibrillator in our village that's been there for 2 years now, and it was purchased, it was financed by local businesses in our region, in our town or village locality. But when I was watching a para documentary, a reality show in a way, I thought we could do a something like that in our town, showing an initiative. Those teenagers are friends of my daughter, who's in the 8th grade. The gentleman with apples is a local counselor, and the video was made by somebody who films weddings and funerals. The ambulance was also from a local health center, so it didn't cost us anything. But this film was fairly publicized in local media, and now, as a result, I mean, some people might know how to do it and how not, but when they watch this, the film was the video was made in their street, in their little town. So in times of crisis, in times of emergency, it's easier for them to respond. They know what to do. So it was, you made a video, but you also tested the equipment in practice, and also people had fun. Yeah, in fact, for over 2 years, the defibrillator was used twice. The persons were not, we weren't able to resuscitate the people, but the paramedic, the instructor, said that it's still a success because people know where to go, know what to do. They know that the equipment, the device is there. So it's a practical exercise. But that's not the only thing you're doing. You're also trying to you're protecting nature. Yes, nature, the natural environment. Our town is by a river. It's in the forests. Yes, I'm out of time, but I wanted to take a closer look at our natural environment. And we're doing a lot of things, like cleaning up the river, planting forests, planting trees. We have older people with their grandchildren, so it's public community service. We're monitoring a stork nest. We have a stork. I have a stork here in my lapel, a badge, and the stork is now really popular, is viral, so you can really follow. And these little things, these little people in the stores say, "How's the stork doing?" And so they're really interested. They're following. And if you and people will be willing to help, because nature is no longer something abstract. It's something that's close to home. A lot of local leaders, local community leaders, are afraid of large organizations like the Forest Service, like the Parks Administration. But I'm an example. I know that you can go there, you can find a partner, and they will be willing to engage in projects that can be beneficial. So local partnership, building local partnerships, this is a great way to build resilience. Fine, but what can be done to be effective and for there to be more towns, more villages like yours? Like I said at the beginning, the village heads, the local community leaders, and you don't really need to be too ambitious. In training courses run by the rural development, I said, let's not build roads. That's for local government authorities. Let's do little tangible things that resonate, that speak to people. You need to be in touch, communicate with people. As a village head, I didn't have a Facebook page, but I was surprised to find out how many of the people in my village have a Facebook, are on Facebook, even if they're over 60. So let's tell them about all the trees we planted. Let's tell them how many eggs the stork laid in its nest. So we know each other better. We're engaged. We're involved. And I think this makes us more resilient. Okay, we're out of time. But one last thing, a brief quiz. If you can scan the QR code here, and vote, if I could ask everyone to vote. So these are the various activities, the various things you can do in your town or village, in your neighborhood. So there is the New Year is around the corner, and this could be your New Year's resolution that you'll do 2 of these activities next year, like plant trees or volunteer. I think planting trees is the most popular here, so it's not only villages that plant trees. When I was on my way here to this institute, I saw people planting trees along a busy street. This year we planted 170 trees. This is funded from the Marshal's Office of Wielkopolska province. So plant trees, but plant them sensibly so that they survive, so that they can thrive and grow. In another question, which of these activities do you consider most urgent as a way of adapting to climate change? Marshland and peat bogs? Designing and building resilient or houses biodiversity. That's the dark blue one. New species of plants that are drought resistant. So the winning, I think the Ministry of Climate also wants to do a lot to restore marshland and peat bogs wherever possible. Of course, Wielkopolska, my region, we are coping, we are struggling with droughts. And this is, in fact, a problem that affects a lot of villages and towns, localities in Poland. So we need to do a lot. Marshlands, wetlands, and peat bogs. So we have a clear winner. And let's have the next question. What activities to mitigate climate change should be carried out by civil society organizations and citizens? So affecting advocacy, education, awareness building, or one person voted for it's too late to do anything. I thought best practice or promoting best practice, that's what we've been doing at conferences of local community leaders organized by the Rural Development Foundation. Affect public policy, yes. Again, grassroots level intervention can do a lot. Yes, thank you. We have another group, and we want to leave you with that small interventions make a change. Now let's have Marcin Górecki from the Stocznia Shipyard Foundation and Joanna Suchomska from the Sustainable Development Lab.
Rzeczywiście niewygodne.
So you know our names. I'm Marcin from the Stocznia Foundation, and Joanna is with me from the Sustainable Development Lab. I'm from Warsaw, Asia is from Toruń. We both deal with civic participation. So before we start, I have a quote that's very fitting. It's about how participatory activities contribute to greater social resilience. It's from a Batory Foundation report when the dams break. Analyses show that non-formal networks based on social capital and trust have taken over. Village leaders, firemen, local councillors, NGOs, and activities rooted in relationships were the root of civic practice, contrasting with the inefficiency of formal institutions. So why is practicing social cohesion important for resilience. So that is a question with some assumptions inherent in it, but I agree. It's like the report says, social resilience is the community's ability to react to crisis. So, like we said before, it means that the organizations, the institutions can work, can act, regardless of what's happening, that everyone can cope. So I think that social participation, civic participation, so getting involved in public affairs, that's what we're talking about, is a space for exercising oneself in everything that we need to respond appropriately to crises. I am thinking of just recognizing the potential we have in our local communities. Of course, we're talking about people, their skills, competencies, local knowledge, plus the whole infrastructure, all sorts of tools and technologies. So anything that can be of help when it comes to reacting to a crisis. With regard to participation, one important thing is agency, is having a sense of agency. That's also, it may prove very helpful in crisis situations. So when we see that our local activities, our involvement, our cooperation in solving some local matter, and if we see that it's working, then we have a greater belief that the paths, the solutions we've come up with, that those can also work should there be a crisis, an unexpected situation, not a typical situation. So I think that, yes, when coming up with these collaborative methods based on, or collaborative procedures based on local resources, potential recognition of local needs, this will allow us to use these procedures as communities, as a sort of well-working, well-oiled social machine. One more quote from the same publication: social organizations acted outside the system rather than in it. Why is it so important to build collaboration between the local governments and NGOs in the context of resilience? Yes, I think we've many times alluded to this today, namely that communities, but also groups of residents, if there's a flood or the war in Ukraine, or even looking even further back to the pandemic, communities began to do things without waiting for instructions from local governments or from central government. So if we want to have to react better to crises, I think it's hard to do this without getting public institutions on board. They have different tools. They have a legal framework. They have greater funding. They bring in stability. Whether that's an advantage or a flaw, we could discuss that at length. We know that systemic action is inflexible. It's not flexible. It takes time. Institutions are slow to move. But in order to have an adequate, a good enough reaction to a crisis, we need to combine at the grassroots level and the top level, communities and institutions. Only when these two things come together can we talk about an effective reaction. A reaction that combines local knowledge, local potential, which is indispensable so that the systemic solutions respond to local needs, but the institutional system stabilizes the situation. That's important. And, well, okay, so public participation, vertical participation, when we're not just working for our own community or for the benefit of our group, but we are getting involved in talking to decision makers, regardless of their level. It teaches, it makes it possible to develop even further cooperation methods. Forging relationships, finding a common language, getting respect for how we work and what framework, what the rules are for the grassroots and the government side. And it teaches important lessons. I think in the long run, it changes the agency of both parties when these participatory processes overcome the challenges. We can speak of a real partnership, and we need real partnerships in order to deal with crises. It's not just a situation where the local government says, okay, dear organizations, do something, but we come together and we brainstorm, we think about what resources we have and what each of us can bring to the table. And just to wrap up, I might say that I think somebody mentioned it already, that yes, we've done a lot in Poland. We are doing quite well with regard to vertical cooperation. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if things are that good. I think there's still a lot to be done, even though we have so many good examples of good practices. But let's exercise, let's test, let's practice when the crises are still relatively small, rather than very widespread and very burdensome. So thank you for this in-depth look at social participation from the standpoint of resilience. And now I'd like to invite our audience to answer this question for yourselves. Look under your chair and feel around for an envelope attached to the bottom of your seat. That's the right sound, and there are two questions for you. And take some time to reflect on it, maybe a minute, and try to answer.
To jest oczywiście pytanie dla Państwa.
So, because this is the final interview, I think I'm going to invite you to reflect on these questions later on. I'll invite Marek and Ola to the stage in a moment. But over lunch, I invite you to share your answers to those two questions. Thank you so much.
Tak, to tak jak już Państwo wiedzą.
So that was the final session, and thank you so much for being with us today. And we'd like to thank those who are here, those who are watching us online, and we would also like to thank the Leica Studio for their technical support. We'd also like to thank our interpreters. And our Polish Sign Language interpreters, Anna Borycka and Elżbieta Żurawska. And we hope to see you at the next event of the EEA Civil Society Fund.